Hi all. Just getting things ready. Batteries on. Rotating beacon on. Need to change the controller configuration. Fuel is off, so we put it on left tank. Let's go and put some fuel in, enough to do our journey today. So we need to go about 350 miles. Let's at least get the engine ticking over. We have an engine. Alternators on. Okay, I think we're looking good. We'll just let it tick over for a while at 1000 RPM. Yeah, it's the Piper 28 or Cherokee Arrow 3. The Just Flight version that came out last week. So we're going to do most of this navigating by hand. We're not going to use GPS to do it. So it should make it a bit more fun. So we use DME and VORs where possible. We're going to do the first couple of legs though, just be visual, and we'll use little nav map as a backup. So we're going to go from Luton down to Elstree, then on to Wickham Air Park, then go south down to Solent, or Leigh-on-Sea I think it's called, and then on to Bristol, Cardiff, Swansea, Exeter, Alderney, Guernsey, Jersey. That's the plan anyway. I don't know how far we will get with that plan. We'll soon find out. So it's going to be some short hops to begin with. So Luton over to Elstree is 173 degrees. But obviously we need to go and figure out where we're going to take off from at Luton first. So we're going to taxi all the way around, which is going to be fun. So car off the parking brake. Ignore the ground crew because they just get in the way anyway with their idiotic shenanigans. We're going to enjoy a look around some of these airfields that you normally wouldn't see because you normally wouldn't be allowed to taxi around them in a GA aeroplane. This reminds me a little bit of the video that what's the Australian YouTuber called? His name has gone out of my head. He flies the SR-22 around. He was given permission to go and taxi around Melbourne International during the pandemic. It was brilliant. So I've got the sceneries for each of the airfields we are visiting. So it's going to be interesting. It's a car park and a half, isn't it? Stefan Drury, that's it. Sorry, I've just looked sideways at the I've got a monitor, sorry, a laptop to one side with the live stream comments. Stefan, that's the guy. Yeah, so if you have not seen that video where he goes and taxis his SR22 around Melbourne International, it's great. It really is good. Okay, so we're going to turn left. Not that we need much runway with this aircraft, but I'm just going to follow the taxiway around. Obviously we're not using ATC or anything like that today. I'm just going to go and have some fun. It's a huge runway here. Calibrate the altimeter. We'll just bring the plane to a stop here on the holding point for runway 25, is it, from this direction? Yeah. So 173 degrees is the course we actually want to be going immediately after takeoff. So we'll just spin the course mark around. And where's the heading bug? There it is. I hate the acceleration on the markers in Flight Sim. There we go. So let's go have a fly, shall we? I'm just checking things around the cockpit, make sure everything's in the right place. So we're going to turn on the landing lights now. We're going to turn on the pitot heat. We're about to take off anyway. We're going to turn the nav lights on. So we should find we have lights now blinking away and flashing. Excellent. So after we take off, we may do a circle around the airfield just to have a look. So anybody who hasn't got this scenery will help them get an idea of just how good it is. Obviously it's a long runway, we don't need flaps. And rotate. Bit of a crosswind going on. Gear up. Should we scoot across to look out of the window? So this is Luton Airport. Okay, so we did say we were going to fly down south. So 12 miles. Let's trim the aeroplane. We're at 1500 feet and slowly climbing 500 feet a minute. It's going to enable the emergency gear deployment system. Stop the light flashing. It's coming up for 2,000 feet. See, we are on our way over to Elstree. So should we tune into 11375? So if we were to measure this from here, so nav radio number 11375. So if we tune this in on the, we don't really mind about the exact direction we're going. It's more about the distance and the angle. Actually, we could play games with the angle, I guess. So we know when we are 9.3 miles away from it, and we know when we cross the 117 degree track. So we could play games with that just to show you that. So if we turn this back to 117 degrees, it's back there. So we continue on the direction we're going, and you will see the CDI sweep across the horizontal situation indicator. So let's pull the propeller RPM back a bit. Live stream. How's she on today? Don't mind. Car enthusiast is asking what GPU CPU. It's an i7 3.6 GHz CPU. GPU is a NVIDIA 3080 RTX. So we should be not far away from Elstree. It's a lovely afternoon in the UK. It's hard, well, there's a bit of fluffy cloud about, lots of sunshine. So, does the game lag when I do low passes through cities with a jet? I don't do low passes through cities in a jet. The reason for that is I don't bother with any of the military jets or anything like that in Flight Simulator. That's what DCS is for, and that's what DCS is good at. Flight Sim's hopeless at it. The flight models on the military jets are utter junk in Flight Simulator. It's very good at the civil aviation stuff and general aviation. It's absolute garbage at military jets. It's great for sightseeing. Okay, so you can see there, that's the M25 we're just passing over on our way in towards Elstree. This is the circular road that goes all the way around London. You see it stretching off around the city. So look on the map, just approaching Elstree from the north. So we will circle the airfield. You can see it down here probably. Yep, there it is. We'll circle the airfield before coming in. So which way is the wind? Wind is from the east, 5 knots, but what is it on the ground at Elstree? Because it may be different. 90 degrees, 9 knots, okay, it's the same. So we'll be coming in runway 18. Sorry, 08, not 18. But we'll circle the airfield first, just to have a look at it. So if I come off to one side, we'll start descending as we go. This is Elstree. You may have heard of Elstree because of the studios. They're all over there, I think. I think that's the studio complex. Oh no, it's here, sorry. You can see it right here. Anyway. This is runway 08. So we'll do a lap of the airfield. Just lowering myself so the camera can see. Pretty cool scenery, isn't it? Just press F so we get our view back in the place it should be. We're extremely low. It's going to climb out a little bit before we do our approach. Someone mentioned the power lines. There are pylons everywhere. I've not got the power lines add-on installed at the moment, so I don't need to worry about them. Okay, flaps down, gear down. just going to do a touch and go, and then we'll head off across the countryside. Sudden gusts of crosswind, which are a bit off-putting, but nothing too bad. Full throttle, lift the flaps, smoothly rotate, and we're back in the air again. Gear up. Really much to see out of the back of this, is there? So the next leg is over to Wickham, so it's 20 miles basically, 260 degrees. So we'll turn to 260. Turn left as we climb out. To 1,000 feet. Airplane now. Just keeping an eye on vertical speed, 1,500 feet will be fine for this part of the journey. Although I guess we could do it another 1,000 feet, couldn't we? Coming up for 2,500 feet. The airplane's stable. To climb all the time. It's quite odd. Right, let's get the autopilot on, heading coupling on. Okay. So RPM is just still in the green, manifold pressure's fine. You can see it bouncing up and down. It's quite windy, isn't it? What's the wind saying in that one map? We've got tailwind, 6 knots. Seems worse than that though. So we're off to Wickham Park. Yeah, this is interesting, isn't it? I'm seeing the lag on YouTube as well. How strange. I'm just going to refresh the YouTube feed from where I'm watching it. Okay, that's fixed it. So if you see lag within YouTube, just press F5 on your keyboard. So we just crossed over the M25 again, and we're off across the countryside towards Buckinghamshire. And yeah, this streaming really is having a nightmare, isn't it? I wonder what's going on. It must be YouTube itself is struggling. Yeah, I think YouTube is struggling itself. YouTube itself seems to be struggling. It's not a data problem this time because I've got fibre to the house. That's amazing though. It's having a nightmare, isn't it? Going on with the stream. So can somebody comment on this? I don't know if it's just me that's seeing the buffering on the stream or if it's everybody. Never seen it happen before. So Stretcher's just had a tantrum about being ignored when he hadn't actually asked a question. He just made a statement about Elstree. So I apologise if you thought you were being ignored, but didn't understand that you were asking questions there. I'm just scrolling backwards. I can't look in two places at once, so I'm just looking back. You're saying testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the buffering seems to have fixed itself. But there's a huge lag between Flight Sim now. What I'm seeing on the screen and what's going out, which is odd, because it's usually on very low latency. So we're just seeing Wickham coming past now. So we're going to come off the throttle. Which way was the wind? So runway 06. So we'll just do left circuit in. So we're going to go further out to the left. Sorry, to the right. And then follow between the villages, I think it is, on the pattern. So there's 2 villages here, and you need to go in between them. So here, I think, where's the Hambledon Valley? I think we've already gone, yeah, it would have been here, so we've already missed the turn, but oh well. I haven't quite got enough fingers to move the camera and do things with the joystick. Yeah, we're massively away from where we should be. Not going to worry too much. It doesn't help that you can't crane down to see outside of the aircraft in this very easily, you know, outside of the side window. Unless I had head tracking, it's almost impossible to do that and fly it at the same time. Funny, I never normally do low circuits around Wickham just to see the airfield, but it's actually quite a good one. It's very well modelled. Again, I'm running into problems with the camera. I'm going to have to let go of the stick to do this. There we go. It's really, really nicely modelled. It's very accurate to the real place. Okay, so from here we're going to go shooting off across the countryside down to Lyon-Solent, which is down on the south coast, so 197 degrees. So let's stop barnstorming around Wickham. We want 197 degrees. There. So just coming up to 1,500 feet. We aim for about 2,500 feet again cruise. There's nothing, I don't think there's much I can do about the buffering. I think it's YouTube itself that's causing it. It's really, really odd. Because if I stop streaming, it will kill the stream entirely, I think. There's no way for me to pause it. We're just coming up to 2,500 feet. I think YouTube's just having a bad day. Okay, trimmed out 2,500 feet. And broadly following the direction we need to be going to get to Solent Airport. If we tune in the Southampton International VOR 113, let's go and click on it. 11335. At least then we get a kind of some idea of how far away we are. So that will give us the bearing to it on the HSI. And then we've got 40 miles counting down over there on the distance measuring equipment. Bill Pittman's just asked about the altitude hold. What do you think I was just doing? I was rolling the mouse wheel on the blank patch of the panel down here. There's a few Easter eggs if people didn't know about this aircraft, that it's got altitude hold. If you click down here, it will enter altitude hold. Also, if you roll the mouse wheel over this blank area of interface, it controls vertical speed. So I wound off the vertical speed as we approached 2,500 feet altitude. So I'll leave them outside. So off to Lyon-Solent on the south coast. It's about 35 miles away now, I think. Let's just have a look at the DME. So 37 miles away. It's going to take a little while to get there. We're doing about 110 knots, 120 knots. I'm going to go and grab a coffee while we're en route. I'll be back in a moment. Right, back. So I'll read of the comments then. I'm not running transmitter. I'm always the last person to run transmitter. I always forget about it. It's now running. So if anybody's not seen transmitter, it's this little program that I wrote ages ago. It's actually got some new toys in it now. So if we went, actually I'll just disconnect it for a second. It's got these new options to broadcast to Discord. So if I connect it and then I go and open Discord, if I go into Discord and pop this open, we'll do this, I'll make it so it's not full size so you can see it easily. So this is Discord that we use for live streams and stuff, you know, to do the chat room. So you see now over the top of here, there's me, there's the panel showing where I am, and it's got live stream flight on YouTube. Oh, that's interesting. So OBS has overridden the data from this. Interesting. We were talking about this, wondering which application gets precedence for Discord. Obviously OBS has got some sort of precedence over, I wonder if it's alphabetical, because this is known as transmitter as far as that's concerned. Anyway, so if we close that down, so transmitter is this little program that runs that you can download from Virtual Flight Online. So if I go and open a browser and show you it, if we go to Virtual Flight Online, there is a link down here to transmitter, and there's a Who's Online page. So it will show you on here. So if we go and have a look, you should see I'm here probably. There I am, on my way down towards Leon Solent. And you get a list of everybody that's running transmitter at the moment, which is there. Obviously if you go and click on somebody, it will show you where they are in the world. It will go and zoom in on them. But the real trick for transmitter of what it does is in little nav map. So it puts these little red airplanes in, so I can see, look, somebody is following me in the simulator. So if you're in a group flight, so there's a group flight happening over here at the other side of London. You can see those people, and they'll update every few seconds of where they are. So it becomes really useful during group flights. Because the big problem is Flight Simulator has no way of showing where people are on a live map, like in little nav map. Unfortunately we can't get it to work with Navigraph because they've got no interface to show other aircraft. So if we go and minimize that, we'll leave that running. So if you are using transmitter, or you want to go to virtualflight.online/who, you can find out where I am. So I'm just wondering, the aircraft that was near us somewhere was off about our 5 o'clock, weren't they? But maybe they're not on the West Europe multiplayer server. That's why they're maybe not seeing us. And I've not done that here, have I? I should have put West Europe. So if I minimise that out of the way. Let's see how that autopilot is doing on its altitude hold. It's creeping away from 2,500 feet, which is interesting. And we're showing 20 miles to the Southampton VOR, which obviously is becoming more and more of an angle to us as we get closer. So it's now about 20 degrees off our nose. So we can actually figure out where we are. Well, you can see where we are, but obviously we could have measured 20 miles from the VOR and it would have told us exactly where we were. So we're heading towards Solent Airport, or Leon Solent. So I've got the recently released scenery for it. You have to keep an eye on fuel levels because this has got, although saying that, I say we're going to keep an eye on fuel levels. Let's open the tablet. I've got a funny feeling I've got automatic. I know I've not got the auto fuel selector on, so that's worth knowing about. So we need to keep an eye on this. So we're going to go to the right tank for a bit. Yeah, just to level up the weight between the tanks. Actually, let's just have a quick look at how we're running the engine. We're looking fine yet. So what we're seeing here is the end of the UK and then the Channel and then France in the distance. So if you look, oh sorry, no, not France, the Isle of Wight I should say. So the land mass we can see out there is the Isle of Wight. And we're just passing down here, we can find out pretty easily. 4 marks. We just passed Alton. Don't know this part of the country very well at all. Okay, so we're about 16-20 miles away from Solent Airport. 15 miles from the VOR. Obviously the VOR is closer to us. See if we can get this sorted out with the map showing at the same time as, so if I go open window layout, go for a minimal layout of the little nav map, put this over here out of the way, change the behaviour of the taskbar in Windows to make it automatically hide it if it's not being used, and then do that and we should be good. So you get to see the map and the simulator as we approach Solent Airfield, or Lyon Solent. So following this, we've got quite a long trip over to Swansea. Well, no, we're not going directly to Swansea, are we? We're going via Cardiff, I think, or Bristol first. Then, yeah, Bristol, Cardiff, Swansea. So we've got quite a long trip over to Bristol, so we'll climb up to a few thousand feet on the way to Bristol. YouTube seems to have sorted its life out now with the live stream. If we look behind ourselves, we can see our fellow aviator approaching. Right, so I should start looking out for Leon Solent Airfield, which is going to be just to the left of us, so we can go for runway 05, I guess. Looking at this and the wind. What's the wind on the ground down here? 130 degrees, 04 knots. So we could go for 23 even. It's only a few knots of wind. But maybe we circle the airfield as we have done with the others and have a look at it. Getting closer. It's over here, the airfield. It's fascinating when you put the view straight down, isn't it? Just to watch the fields rolling past with all the scenery in them. Buildings and sheds and all kinds of stuff. Just passing a small town here. We are passing Bishop's Waltham. Further off over there you should see Southampton. Yeah, it's huge, Southampton. Oh, sim has just frozen. It was nice of it. It should unlock itself in a moment. Usually when it freezes the multiplayer crashes and has to reload itself. So what I'll do is fly past Solent, go out over the ocean and then turn back in for approach into 05. So we need to start descending really and slowing down. Just coming off the speed, we'll maintain about 120 knots. I've reduced the power so we will descend. So this is the Burning Blue simulations scenery of Leon Solent, I believe. Bought it last week. I've not actually flown into here yet. I had a quick look at it and meant to record a video having a look at it and didn't get around to it. So we're just coming down to 1500 feet. Obviously it's near zero in terms of altitude. So our altitude above field elevation, we want to be making our final turn at 500 feet for the runway ideally. But we're just going to do this visually today and not worry too much about correct pattern procedures or anything like that. I imagine the pattern here is probably 1,000 feet. So we'd need to be at 1,500. Yeah, that's a good point. If we wanted to, we could fly over the airfield at 1,500. It's stuttering badly. It's loading assets on the ground. That's what it's doing. It's probably putting aeroplanes in place. I don't know if you ever noticed Flight Sim do that. It stutters badly when it has to load models that you've not seen before. The way to defeat that is just go and switch off AI aircraft, basically. Just have a quick look at our height, or we dropped 100 feet while we were busy looking out the window. So we'll just pull the nose back up gently. Have a look at Leon Solent as we go out over the water. So if we turn this way, at least if we stay at 1,500, then we need to climb a little bit. You can see that they've modelled quite a lot of scenery around it, of housing estates and stuff, to make it accurate. I just roll my wing gently for a moment. And we'll come back out over the water and come back in. You'll get a better look at it when we come down. So remember, 05 was the runway. So we're going the reciprocal now, or thereabouts, a bit more. We'll turn around in a moment and go for our approach. Stuttering again as it loads assets. But this airport is incredibly heavy on frame rate. I was actually quite disappointed with it when I first saw it, because usually, as you've seen, I can get pretty smooth frame rates in the simulator no matter where I am, but not here. Even just sat on the ground moving the drone camera around, it was stuttering. see the frame rate is horrendous. Whoa. Welcome to the glitchiness of a bad frame rate and a twitchy controller. We're having a nightmare because of it. I mean, it's all well and good having amazing, you know, kind of kiddies play parks in the airfield, but when it reduces the simulator to a quarter of its normal frame rate, it's not much fun. Okay, 301 degrees, 60 miles over to Bristol. Let's climb back out to a couple of thousand feet. Just trying to get the plane trimmed out again. So, what do we have in the way of VOR stations over Bristol direction? It's interesting, isn't it? Bristol's an international airport and there's no VOR there. It just shows the VORs really are disappearing at a rate of knots. I guess we can continue to use the Southampton one and just measure. We want probably 297 degrees off of the Southampton VOR. What about there? So we could use that. So if we were to track slightly right and then follow the VOR, that'd be a nice way of doing it. So the game we're playing here is, if I do a measure distance, actually we need a bigger view of this to show you what I'm up to. We do measure distance from Southampton to Bristol. what we're doing is flying towards the 297 radial. So you should see this come in a moment. So the course deviation indicator will start to move in as we get closer to it, and then we just move the heading bug. And then we basically fly along this line, so we don't need GPS. That's the game we're playing. Just out of interest, if we go window, open window layout, default, then we can find that Southampton has a range of 150 miles, so that would be good to get us to Swansea, to be honest. So if we keep an eye on this, we should see the CDI come in. Let's just make sure the frequency is correct. 11335. 11335. Yes, it's correct. So keep an eye on the course deviation indicator. As we get closer to the line, so somewhere over here, we should cross it. It should start moving in very soon. Famous last words. You can see the distance measuring equipment is up and running, 1.9 miles away from the VOR station. It would help if I had measured the line from the right place, wouldn't it? Let's just remove that distance measurement for the moment. Remove. Measure distance from... there we go. So we probably want 298 degrees. It's probably there. So this is going to start sweeping any moment. Here it comes. So this will be fascinating actually, as this got... yeah, it's got nav and omni. As far as I understand, nav is more accurate and shorter range. Sorry, nav is longer range, less accurate. Omni is shorter range, more accurate. So if we were to say Omni mode on the coupler for the heading control, the aeroplane will fly the VOR radial for us. So obviously that's going to be the more accurate method. If we go to nav mode, it won't be as accurate, but obviously it will be this close to the VOR. But it will go for a longer range from the VOR station. So we should now see on that diagram that the plane has turned on its own to match that radial. And the interesting thing is we've got a slight crosswind because the wind is coming across our track, so the plane is crabbing ever so gently to maintain the radial across the wind. You can see it happening there, look. It's turned slightly into the wind. Seven miles from the VOR, so how far was it? So it was 58 miles from the VOR to Bristol. Watch the countryside rolling by. Where's the sun gone? There it is. Oh, we've got some pursuers. So if I look behind us on screen, can we see their nav lights? Have they got their nav lights on? Oh, there's one of them. How are we doing on fuel? Let's go and have a look. So right tank is slowly coming down. We are still on the right tank down here. So we just keep an eye on that. In terms of fuel and engine and RPM, so we're good on the RPM. We're great on the manifold pressure. We could probably push it on a bit, to be honest. So, next stop Bristol. Everything on the map. Oh my word, more and more people are joining us on our madcap escapade across the country. So Bristol, Cardiff, Swansea, Exeter, Alderney, Guernsey, Jersey. Miles from the VOR, so was it 58 did we say? It's about 40 miles to go. We're doing 130 and a bit knots. Take this up a bit higher. And go up to 5,000 feet. So climbing 500 feet a minute or thereabouts. So let's leave the oaks in view, it makes it a bit more fun to see them, doesn't it? That's 3,000 feet, so we're going to start controlling the mixture. Or we would if it was working. There we go. Coming up for 4,000 feet. Just keeping an eye on the RPM and the manifold pressure as I lean out the engine and it's 4,500 feet coming up, 500 feet to 5,000. We're now 26 miles from VOR, so getting towards halfway. Just trimming the aircraft out. Altitude to hold the altitude at 5,000 feet, hopefully. Just gently climbing, isn't it? Let's see if we can fix that. I think that's probably as good as we're going to get it, to be honest. It almost looks nose down, doesn't it? What's going on? It is nose down. Whoa. What is going on here? has what you might call finger trouble. We're shifting though to 130 knots. So we're coming back up towards our target altitude of 5,000 feet again. After my coordination failure. Right, that looks a bit better. I'm going to come back off the power slightly. And a little bit off the RPM, just take it down to 2500. How are we doing? 36 miles, so we've got about 25 to go, 20 to go. Measure it on the map. Yeah, 20 miles exactly. So we could play games with using the ILS at Bristol, although it's going to be going to the other end of the airfield, and that means flying out a long way to come back in, which is a bit of a pain, but I'll let the people watching decide. If you want me to fly the ILS into Bristol, let me know now. And I'll vector for it. So if you write in the chat if you want me to do the ILS, otherwise I'll just do a visual circuit in. Steve Collins has said, ILS please. Great. So we need to figure out the elevation of the airfield before we do anything then. So Bristol, elevation 622 feet. We need 2,500 feet above that, so we need 3,100 feet at the beginning of the feathers if we go from the full length of the feathers. If we went just 3,000 feet from a bit closer in. So we're going to go back to heading mode on the autopilot. We're going to set the marker first. So we're going to start turning now. Whoops. God, look at that acceleration. It's annoying as anything. We'll go heading mode rather than nav mode. We're going to start coming down already. Vertical speed dropping 500 feet a minute. We're going to pull the RPM so we don't start overspeeding the airframe on the descent. So what we're doing is aiming to come back in over here and then turn in. So if you look here, it's 87 degrees, 110.15. So we changed the nav one to 110.15 and change the course on the HSI to 87 degrees, which is the runway direction. Which is going to be about there-ish. So we're almost double back on ourselves when we get closer to the airfield. that's a good point actually. Was this synchronised with that one? It wasn't, was it? Oh, it was. That's interesting. So setting the course over here also set the course on this one. But they are different. Oh, I guess, yeah, it is it's working. The outer track on this one is the same as where the arrow points on this one, because this is an HSI, it's combined compass and course, whereas this has just got the omni-bearing selector on the outer track. Yeah, that makes sense. So what did we say it was? 87. And that's not quite 87, that's about 87. And that's, yeah, you can see it on this one actually a bit easier than the other one. So that's about 87, yeah. So we'll now be getting the distance measuring equipment measuring down to the end of the airfield. So we're 10 miles away. Yeah, which is what you can see here is going on. Yeah, that is about 10 miles. Yeah, the feathers, they vary from airfield to airfield actually. It can be between 8 and 10 miles. On a 3-degree glide slope, which this one is, you're looking for 2,500 feet above airfield elevation when you enter the feathers. How are we doing for height? So we're coming down to 2,500 feet above airfield elevation. So it was, what did we say? 600 feet. So it'll be 3,100 feet, which we've just gone through, and we're going to stop going down once we get to 3,000 or thereabouts. Actually, we're not going to go the full length of the feathers though, so we'll go for a little bit lower than that, say 2,900, 2,800 feet. Which will give us plenty of time to play around on the approach. Just gone the wrong way again on the vertical speed. 2,700 feet, fine. For what we want to do, will be fine. Right, vertical speed is back to 0, so we're holding 2,700 feet on the way in. Let's go and double check the weather at Bristol. So we've got 1024 hectopascals, 30.24 inches. Let's go and check this on here. 30.2, yeah, it's already correct on the altimeter. So we're just making sure that our altimeter agrees with where the ground actually is at the destination. So we can see we're 5 miles out, but it's stopped moving, which means we're probably alongside, or you can probably see it over there. There it is. There's the airfield. So we're going to be a little bit canny here in a moment and turn to the runway direction. Although remember we've got a crosswind as well, which is going to push us even closer to the runway direction. So the actual runway direction here is 267 degrees. So we can turn this into a box shape to come in, which should give us time to see it coming. So if we go 267 on our direction now, give the airplane time to do it. And then we can kind of watch the distance measuring equipment. Obviously we can see out of the window visually, but we're now going the same direction as the runway, just parallel to it. Obviously if you were using ATC, they would just vector you to get into the feathers. and then ask for you, to go to tower when you are engaged on the localizer. So see, we're travelling out this way. We will turn 90 degrees in a moment. We'll probably get to, I guess, about Banwell kind of area. Make our right turn. So Angel's asking, where are we today? We're flying around all sorts of places. We're just coming up to Bristol. We're going to do the most expensive touch and go, because it's an international airport, in a GA aeroplane ever. And then we're going to carry on over to Cardiff. Again, a very expensive touch and go. And then Swansea. I was requested to do the ILS at Bristol, so I'm just getting into position to go and join the glide slope. It's interesting, actually. You'll be able to see on the meter. It's a good point. Yes, it's got localizer and glide slope. So I'm just wondering why that hadn't appeared yet. But you would see it move over here. So let's see how we get on. So another mile and then we turn right. What we're actually looking for is, I'm wondering when that needle's going to lift. Meaning we are then below the glide slope. Here it comes, look, it's just started to move. And this one is, yeah, it's coming to view suddenly. So once we are below the glide slope, we can make our turn. So get ready. We'll also start slowing down, actually. We go to a rich mixture again. Let's go and make our turn now then. So 90 degrees to the direction we're going. Well, if I can even control the heading bug. I wonder if this is on Omni, if it will do essentially an approach mode. I just need to take a call. I'm just going to pause the mic. How do your kids always do that to you? So let's put ourselves on an intercept course with the ILS now, because we're probably pretty close to it. Yeah, we are right on top of it, so we're going to overshoot. Why do phone calls happen always at the worst possible moment? So we are going to have to overshoot and come back onto it. So trying to lose some speed as well, so the gear can come down very soon. So let's just go a bit more to cross back over our path. So what we're looking for here is, yeah, we're above the glide slope already, so I'm coming off the autopilot. It's all going to be a bit rushed now, which is a shame. So we're going to correct. Let's do this without looking, just so you can prove the theory. So what we're looking at here is the attitude indicator and the two markers here. So you've got the localizer position and the glide slope position. So we're now going below. So I'm pulling the nose up to get that onto the middle. Whoa, and we've started banking really viciously. I think we're hitting some turbulence. So here comes the glide slope. Nose is getting a bit low. So then we turn towards the runway, and it gets towards the middle. Getting low again. The plane is being thrown around. There's probably some turbulence around. Just drop the left wing then suddenly, viciously, to kind of fight it. Okay, so we turn towards the glide slope now, and if we look, we'll just descend us a little bit. We're a little bit high now because I gave it some more throttle to counter being thrown around so badly, because obviously airspeed usually wins over turbulence. If we were to look up now, we'd find out, yeah, we're in the crosswind, look, but we're roughly in the right place. We're a little bit high. No, a little bit low even, sorry. Reading things backwards. That's kind of one of my key skills. So all you're doing is putting yourself vertically and horizontally in the right place along the imaginary 3-degree line down to the runway apron, and keeping on airspeed at the same time and the configuration of the aeroplane. So wheels are down, and we're getting low. We're getting way below the glide slope. The wind keeps changing on us. It's becoming a bit of a battle of wits with the wind. So I'm just trimming the aeroplane for the approach, which is helping. So we're coming back to the glide slope now. You can see that turbulence I was talking about earlier. As soon as we get down kind of below 90 knots, we get thrown all over the place. I'm having to hold quite a lot of right stick there to stop the wing from dropping. It's being a real so-and-so. We've just been hit with a blast in the face that lifted the nose and threw us kind of 20 feet above the glide slope. Or 50 feet even. It's being an absolute so-and-so. Getting gusts, quite strong gusts. Usually when you get over the airfield, a lot of the turbulence disappears. Look how not flat the airfield is. Oh, it's being a real so-and-so. Wind is trying to knock the tail and push us round, even as I'm fighting it with the rudder all the way down the runway. Okay, anyway, let's have a little look at Bristol. So we'll do a completely illegal low circuit over the airfield. Just to have a look at it. It's really nicely modelled, isn't it? So just reading the comments there, Steve saying about thanks for demonstrating the ILS. It's a lot easier in a jet because they're bigger and they're heavier and they don't get pitched around by the turbulence as easily. You know, this probably weighs 3 or 4 tons. A 737 weighs 60 or 70 tons. So it's a different story. So it's a lot more stable. Okay. So we leave Bristol behind. There. And I tried to tap to the right window. So we're looking to go 273 degrees to the next airfield, which will be Cardiff. So that's 270. Turn the autopilot on to sort the heading out. And we will climb back to 2,500 feet if I can control the aeroplane. I guess we could have a look at, you can see here on the track on Little Nav Map what we did look. So we turned, I got a phone call, talked to my daughter, turned late, came back in to get on the glide slope, and we were okay, or on the localizer, sorry, and then we were okay. So Cardiff, probably going to be looking at runway 12. We'll just check the wind on the ground at Cardiff. So we'll hover over it. We can see on the METAR readout there 190.06 knots. So the wind on the ground is coming from here, 6 knots. So not the same as the altitude we are here. This reads out where we are at the moment. But I've gone nearly to 3,000 feet, haven't I? Yeah, oh well. While I was busy talking, I'm good at that. Focusing on one thing and doing another. Right. Back up to about 120 knots. Go a bit faster on the engine, I guess. As long as it starts to drink fuel. How are we doing on the fuel tanks? So we're going to switch back to the left tank for a bit. Crossing over the mouth of the River Severn. Over to Cardiff. I'm not sure if I've got the bridges in the scenery packs that I've got installed. Probably might not see them from here anyway. No, you won't. Onboard Simulations was asking about the mapping system. No, it's Little Nav Map, it's not Navigraph. Little Nav Map is free. It just doesn't have plates, but it's actually more powerful in terms of actually doing route planning. So you're seeing here the south coast of Wales and the north coast of Devon and Cornwall stretching off into the distance. Just off the nose we've got, yeah, Cardiff is over there, the actual city of Cardiff. The airport's a little way outside of the city. The airfield is down here in the mist. So we're going to come in the opposite end to allow for the wind, runway 12 at Cardiff. So again, we'll just do a visual approach into Cardiff. I'm not going to bother with the ILS. But we could put the course into the HSI just to give us a relative idea of the direction of the runway relative to us. So 120 on the HSI. So that's the direction of the runway relative to us. So when we do our left turn into the runway, we can at least judge it a little bit. So let's also start descending a bit. So we will, what we're doing in terms of airspeed, just to be aware of that before we start descending. So we come down 500 feet a minute. So the actual bay here is Barry. So if anybody's watched Gavin and Stacey, this is where it's based. We're about to fly right past it. Barry Island. So we're about to pass by it. So when I was young, my dad had a boat and we went and visited Barry. I remember going in the amusement arcades there, but I think it's all been knocked down and redeveloped. This was decades ago. Okay, there's the airfield. First visit to it since I upgraded it, so it'll be interesting to see what it looks like. We are still descending, by the way, so we're at 2,000 feet at the moment. Whoa, huge stutter. And another huge stutter, and another one. This is loading assets in on the ground. I guarantee it is loading aeroplanes in that are sat on the apron and causing huge stutters as it does so. Yeah, look, the car parks are filled with cars. So it will be kind of interesting as we fly past to have a good look at it. That's a lot of cars. No wonder it started stuttering. Having said that, the terminal building isn't the most spectacular you'd ever imagine, is it? Okay. There's St. Athan that's in front of us. We're not going there. Yeah. So we're going to do a Spitfire style approach. So off the autopilot. Let's level up to lose some speed. Pull the propeller back momentarily. We will return it to its RPM ready for the approach. So this is where having that HSI there is useful. Look. So okay, we'll do a loop to the right. So we're too high and too close. A steep turn. Watching to hold the same position on the ground over here. Which will give us some drag and get us into flaps range. Famous last words. This is where it'd be really nice to have head tracking, because I could have spotted the runway. Of course I couldn't do that. It's an enormous runway. So 500 feet, which is about the right place for a VFR, although it looks like it's about 100 feet in the air, so we're at 400 feet. So, anyway. So without the ILS, we're just looking to plant the wheels on the markers here, which we're probably going to overshoot because we're going a bit fast. Whoa, this is getting really glitchy, this joystick. I think I might have to invest in some rudder pedals. Either that or take the joystick to bits. Can you see how suddenly it's giving like 80% kind of input? I think I might have to take the joystick to bits and put some lubricant inside it. It's making it very, very difficult to steer accurately. It's the interesting thing actually, when I first bought the Airbus joystick, I had to take it to bits immediately because straight from the factory it was glitching. And where the axes on, where the X and Y axes on it are very, very accurate and use quite expensive sensors, the the twist axis is the cheapest little variable resistor you've ever seen in the world. So they kind of put all of the money into the sensors for the stick deflection, and the cheapest sensor they could possibly put in the twisting of the stick. So yeah, day one, when I got the joystick, I had to take it to bits and dump a load of switch cleaner and lubricant into the twist axis. Okay, so we're going to turn around and go back out to Swansea. 296 degrees. Climb back up to 2,500 feet en route. So we're going to... Did I say 296? Have we got a problem here? No, that's fine. Okay. Let's pull the throttle back a bit. 2,500 feet we'll go for again. So yeah, I'm going to have to invest at some point in both head tracking and a set of rudder pedals. I've probably got less simulator equipment than most people who watch any of my videos. It's quite amusing, really. Okay, so coming up to 2,500 feet. Try and trim it for level flight. More or less there. Say goodbye to Cardiff Airport. So going across the bay, Swansea Bay, over towards Swansea Airfield, which I believe is being decommissioned. But there's a really nice scenery for it available in the simulator. And we're about to fly over what looks like an old Second World War airfield that's been converted into pieces of a town. Is it marked on the map? Landau Circuit. So it's race car track, but it's actually, you can see it's a World War II airfield with 3 runways, but they've made it into a race car track and made this into I don't know what. You can see the World War II airfield underneath everything. Interesting. Okay, so this is South Wales. We're flying across. You can see further over to the middle of Wales you've got lots and lots of hills and mountains, and it's fantastic scenery to fly around. We're not going to be going there today. Making our way straight over to Swansea, which is just on the other side of the water here. As you can see at the moment, making our way across this area. 30 miles for the whole trip. We're about 10 miles into it, so 20 miles to go to Swansea. Yeah, so one of the comments is on about using the Thrustmaster pedals. I've had a quick look online. The Thrustmaster pedals are quite reasonable. Logitech makes them as well, so I'll have to make my mind up on what I'm going to get. I think it's Logitech, I can't remember the name. Thrustmasters are quite good though. Okay, so Swansea. What are we going to do in terms of runways? It's going to be a crosswind, and we could use a smaller runway, I guess. Go for runway 10. What's the wind doing on the ground? Let's have a look. 170, 5 knots. It's great, isn't it? It would have been perfect for the disused runway. Go for 10 and just come in visually. You'll be fine. That's a hell of a quarry there, isn't it? So which quarry is that? Bridge End. Yes. No, it's the Bridge End Road. Porthcawl. It's got an enormous quarry. And another enormous quarry. And another enormous quarry. I don't know. Interesting. And then a golf club. Right, off across the bay we go. The Swansea Bay. Let's just check our altitude, make sure we are slowly wandering up towards 3,000 feet. It's not a major concern. Is there a VOR at Swansea? No, there is not. So what we'll do is overfly the airfield and then do a teardrop shape to come back in for the runway. Should see it before too long. we can get to Alderney before it gets dark. Layla James says hey. There's a little pleasure boat down there in Swansea Bay. We're just passing over it. On our way. Okay. We're exactly on the track. So it's directly in front of us. About 5 miles out. So I'm going to come off the autopilot and start losing speed. See the airfield in the trees over here. I presume that's it. Let's just have a quick check. Yeah, that's it. So we'll circle around it and come in from the opposite direction. To lose some more height. There's the runway directly in front of us. We're going to go around and come back in the other side, descending as we go. Try and manage airspeed. To use that runway, are we? So we will have to use 04. Okay. It's out of commission, or is it out of commission? No, I think 10 is still allowed. Okay. So we will use it. Although it would be nice, 04's longer, isn't it? Let's go for the longer runway. How are we doing in terms of airspeed? So we're within flaps range now, so we've managed to manage our speed, get the speed down as we descended as well, which is good. So we can just watch the airfield until it's kind of in our 5 o'clock position, and then we'll turn in for approach. Obviously we can do this from inside as well. So we sit up in the seat, crane over our shoulder. Drop the gear. Sit back down in our seat. Yeah, this is the problem where I can't crouch down to see. Keep it sensible. It would help if there were some fancy lights, but no, don't get any assistance here at all. That's, I think, half the reason is, yeah, this airfield's shutting down soon. I think all they do out of here is skydiving flights. There we go. Whoa, and there we go with the glitches again. So I have tremendous problems holding off-axis kind of rudder inputs in a consistent manner using the twist stick because it's so variable in the output it gives. It's a real problem. Okay, off we go to Alderney. Which is going to be 156 degrees. It's quite a long way, so I'm going to set it to cruise and go make a coffee. we're going to go for about 5,000 feet, I guess. So we're climbing at 1,000 feet a minute at the moment, which is absolutely fine. Once we get through 3,000 feet, we'll begin leaning the mixture out. How are we doing on fuel between the two tanks? A little bit less on left, but I'll wait till we're down to 10 before I start bringing the right tank down as well. So we're going to fly straight across Devon and Cornwall on our way to Alderney. I think we are, unless I put Exeter in the route, sorry. I completely forgot that. So we're going via Exeter. MFG crosswind pedals. I'll have to look that up. Hello Heinrich. Nice to meet you. Thank you for the compliments. So just coming up through 4,000 feet. Whoa, look at the vertical speed. This aeroplane is having a nightmare. I haven't touched anything. I think we just hit a huge hole in the air or something. But it suddenly, yeah, the plane had a bit of a nightmare. So let's go and bring that climb rate down. Almost at 5,000 feet. So let's get in control of this situation. So altitude hold, hopefully, if it behaves itself. So the wind is from the right at 8 or 9 knots. That's going to push us across the track, but we're slightly off to the left at the moment. So it's going to take a while to push us that far left. It'll probably be over Devon by the time it happens. That's the north coast of Devon you can see ahead of us on our way out to it. I wonder if we are going to be able to get there before the sun goes down. We'll see. It's quite a nice view actually, isn't it? Put it on nav map because this is quite a long leg. So if I go for window, open window layout, minimal, and then I can just squeeze that over and then people can see where we are on the route on the window there, which is quite useful. So then if we do that, it will help a little bit. So Car Enthusiast says, is there a way to start a flight in a cold and dark plane? For some reason Flight Sim always turns everything on and the airplane is ready to take off. You need to choose a parking spot instead of the runway. So when you go and click on an airfield in the map screen in Flight Simulator, it will by default put you on the end of a runway. and usually the correct runway for the wind direction. If you click one of the parking spaces around the airfield, most aeroplanes will then start cold and dark on the parking space rather than already up and running. Okay. So ID no is saying new plane question mark. Yeah, this is the, well, it's updated. This is the Just Flight Arrow 3. It's the normally aspirated version of it, not the turbo. First time I've done a live stream in a while, actually. I've been busy recording videos the last few weeks. So while we are en route to Exeter, I'm going to take the opportunity to go and make a drink. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Right, turn back. So, Hanimika is saying the game looks incredible. The only time it doesn't look so good is when you're at 1,000 feet or lower. That really depends on your graphics settings. If you have a good enough graphics card and everything turned up, well, I'll descend to prove it to you. So we'll come back down. We were absolutely ripping across the countryside, so let's go and slow down. So we're going to come down, just looking at vertical speed here to manage it. We're going to go much lower. And maybe look out of the back window. Yeah, it'll become much more obvious when we're lower to the ground. Well, yeah, it depends where in the world you fly as well. If you fly, although Sim's just frozen, it's having a think about it. If you fly somewhere in the world where the scenery has been scanned in high resolution, it will look pretty good. Even amongst the photogrammetry areas though, there's a lot of variance, and that's to do with the data that was available to the team, to be honest. Same with the scenery. It's all down to the data that's available to them. When you think that they've covered the entire planet, kind of quibbling that one house in a row, usually it's people complaining that my house doesn't look exactly like that. And when you think they've covered the whole planet and there's people complaining, you know, their wheelie bin's the wrong colour or something stupid, it winds me up a bit. So we get the elevation plot up on Little Nav Map, then we can see how much room we've got for manoeuvre on this approach to open window layout, default. There we go. So we should get as we fly across, obviously you can see Exmoor is higher to the north, and then it gets lower and lower as we get towards Exeter. And then obviously we go over the ocean. So as long as we stay 1,500 feet is probably the lowest we can sensibly go. It's interesting that Exeter isn't very high at all. Just coming down to 3,000 feet. A lot of it can be to do with lighting as well, with making it look real, kind of that, you know, that last uncanny valley sense of realness. A lot of it's to do with lighting and atmospheric conditions. getting cloudier, isn't it? It was much nicer earlier. Okay, we're getting down to the kind of region that we don't want to get too much lower than, so I'm going to stop at 2,000 feet. And we'll just fly low over the fields. Yeah, it's not bad. It's just the lighting is what lets it down sometimes. Obviously, this time of the evening isn't great. There are some sweet spots in the lighting model that suit it better than others. But still, if you compare this to what was available even 10 years ago, it's just night and day better than anything. Or 5 years ago even. Okay, Exeter. Wind from the southeast. 130-ish degrees at the moment. What is it at the airfield though? At the airfield we've got 130 degrees 10 knots. So it probably supports runway 08. Or we just overfly and carry on going. So hopefully get to Alderney before it gets too dark. I think I might actually do that. So we'll continue straight over the top of Exeter. The nice thing is once we get away from the land we're going to get away from the clouds as well, so I think we're going to get blue skies on our crossing over to Alderney, which would be nice. We might see a few stars come out. So Gregory Dubus is asking which server I'm on. In the notes of the video, in giant capital letters it says West Europe. So the question is, do we do a quick touch and go at Exeter? And do we continue with live weather, or do we try and clear the sky up so it looks a bit prettier? It's getting quite grey, isn't it? Let's just have a look, see what this would look like if we change the weather a little bit and go for a few clouds maybe instead. It's a bit brighter, isn't it? Not quite so oppressive. And we get that nice golden shine across the fields because the sun is breaking through the cloud. and suddenly it looks real. Okay, I'm going to go, because I've turned it to a few clouds, we've hardly got any wind anymore now. So if we turn, is it just 4 knots? Is that what it's doing? 130. Oh, this is obviously showing the real weather, not from the simulator. The numbers up here are from the simulator. So there's hardly any wind anymore. So I guess we deviate slightly here then and go off towards the approach for the runway. So we'll go 20 degrees to the left, or 10 degrees to the left even. We probably want another 10 degrees, don't we? So runway direction is 260, so we'll spin this round to the runway direction so we can kind of get a visual idea of the offset of how much we need to turn from our direction of travel. We should see Exeter airfield down here fairly soon in the hollow. You can see this is kind of a floodplain down here where the airfield is, so it's down in there. If we look from here, can we see it? Yes, you can see the runways down there. How are we doing in terms of fuel? 15 or 16 gallons left tank, 20 right tank. Let's switch back to the right tank. Balance it back in. Okay, engine. So we're still pushing on with quite high RPM and manifold pressure. We've got a lot of room there. We could run it at 25. Get some speed up. Doesn't make a huge amount of difference though. Look, the airspeed is not moving. We're drinking a lot more fuel and not making a huge amount of progress. So Brad Woods is asking, do you have any helicopters in your collection and do you enjoy them? I've got the H135, the free version of the Airbus helicopter. I've got obviously the ones that came with the simulator. I've flown them a little bit. Trouble is, without proper helicopter controls, they're difficult to control. So yeah, it's a bit of a difficult one really. Okay, should we play with the ILS on the way in? So 109.9, 257 degrees. So that needs to be 257, 109.9. And it's just tuned in. So we are significantly above the glide slope at the moment. Which is not a surprise. If we look over our shoulder, we can probably see, yeah, there's the airfield over there, look. So end of the runway is here. So let's start managing our speed. trying to bleed off some speed, so by the time we make the turn we will be able to put the flaps down. Can we see the airfield coming out from beneath the wing over there? Yes, we can. There's the runway. So here comes the glide slope coming in from above it, which is not the way you're supposed to do it. But I will do a circuit of Exeter after we've done our touch and go, just to show you the scenery. It's a really good version of the airfield. I think it's the Pilot Plus version, just trying to remember. It might be Aerosoft, I can't remember off the top of my head where I got it from. Yeah, you can see the quality of it is ridiculous. If we purposely have a look around it. Very, very good scenery. Okay, we are off to Alderney next. So we probably need about 150 degrees or so. So someone's asking in the live stream, do I fly in real life too? No, I don't. Only in the simulator. So let's put the autopilot back on and go for vertical speed mode. About 500 feet a minute. Let's get us up to 4,000 or 5,000 feet for the journey over the ocean to Alderney. We want 143 degrees, and because we've turned the clouds to fluffy little clouds, we haven't got a crosswind to deal with anymore, so good to know. 143 is about there-ish. So we'll spin this around to go the same direction we're going, just for a bit of fun. There is a VOR over here. Berry Head 11205, might be fun to use that just for distance measuring. So 11205, whoops. There we go. We could, if we were going to be clever, use the VOR for our leg. So if we were to measure that, and then say from here go measure distance and go to there, and we flew 172 instead, I'm going to push on and make this thing go a bit faster. That's interesting. This had fallen out of step with where the control was on my desk. Never seen that happen before. I had it fully rich, I just had to wiggle it and it suddenly moved it. Having said that, we're about to go up to 3,000 feet anyway, so we'll be leaning out again in a moment. Actually 3,000 is probably enough over the ocean, isn't it? But I guess we want to get above this cloud. Yeah, should we go up to say 7.5? That might be fun actually. Get some altitude for a change. So we've got quite a long leg. And we're taking this vector over to then follow the radial to Alderney. So we should see over here, yeah, we're 16 miles away from Berry Head. At our closest approach we're going to be maybe 8 miles away from it, 10 miles away. So from where we are, measure distance, we're going that direction. So at closest approach 7 miles away. Just looking at Livestream comments. William says hello. Hello back. Colin says greetings from Poland. Greetings. So we're just climbing out. Should we give it some welly? Get some speed on. Otherwise we'll never get to Alderney. Well, not today anyway. Coming up to 4,000 feet, so we're going to start leaning the engine out, which will get us some more RPM hopefully. Just going to keep an eye. Yeah, we're off the top of the RPM gauge, so I'm just going to trim it back a little bit. So coming up through 4,000 feet, we can probably stand climbing a bit faster, couldn't we? So let's go for 1,000 feet a minute. We'll try and get above these fluffy white clouds. As pretty as they are, so Coffee Mike says, mind if I ride along in the co-pilot seat next time on a Saturday? I shall get up a bit earlier to actually join a flight. So I never know when I'm going to be flying, that's half the trouble. And I've missed several of the Sunday flights recently. You've probably seen on some of the videos I've recorded on YouTube, they've been recorded at midnight, because literally I really, to get time with the simulator when I'm not being interrupted repeatedly or don't have other things that are more important, can be a challenge sometimes. Okay, so how are we doing on altitude? It's coming up for 6,000 feet. And we're still nowhere near Berryhead. Obviously we're going quite slowly because we're climbing so quickly. As soon as we level out, we'll pick up speed and we'll do probably 140 knots most of the way. So let's start winding out some of this climb rate, because it won't be able to keep this up for long. So I'm just dialing out some of the vertical speed, and then you'll see the indicated airspeed will raise as a consequence of that. But we need to keep an eye on the RPM as well, because that's pushed the RPM up as well. And we are drinking fuel because we're running the engine flat out. Coming up for 6.5 on the way to 7,000 feet. And we're getting higher and higher. Watching the altimeter, and we will dial out the climb in a moment. And then we see how fast we can go in a straight line. You will see the CDI come across at some point in the not too distant future as we cross through the Berryhead radial that we've tuned in. Okay, Okay, so now we are level. Let's go and keep an eye on the RPM. That's still good. Okay. So you can see the indicator airspeed is slowly climbing now. Now we've leveled out. So we're on our way to Alderney at speed. And we will be intercepting that radial in about the next 15 miles. And then it's off across the ocean to Alderney. Should we remove some of these measurements now? A lot smoother air up here, that's for sure. So Colin's asking whether I think I'll be able to land a real plane. Well, I can fly a real plane because I've done it. Whether I could land one is a different question. I don't know. I suspect most people that can fly in a simulator could make a pretty good job of it. It's whether you could deal with the stress, I would imagine, which is the real question. And that seems to be what separates the Forces pilots, the good ones, from the people who don't quite make it, is whether they can deal with workload and stress. And chaotic situations, and how they respond to that. But I suspect most of us could. How are we doing on the route? Let's have a look. So we're about to cross the radial. Going to start winding it in. Ooh, what was that? Oh, the controls just glitched. That's a USB controller problem. So we should cross the radial anytime soon. Let's just make sure this is on the right direction. So it's not, is it? So that should be 130 degrees. So 120. If that's 150, 140, 130, that should have been there. It is starting to come in. So this doesn't match little nav map. This is interesting. Unless, no, that's 150, so 180, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, it's 10 degrees out, that's why. The numbers are not printed in the right places on it. I've never noticed that before. So we'll have, oh god, this acceleration drives me around the absolute bend. 130, 120 is on the... It's absolutely bizarre, isn't it? 130 is there. Okay, that makes sense. I think that was a me failure. Just overshot, so we'll just correct back onto the radial. So then we can use the distance measuring 15 miles away from Berry Head. The distance is 65. So we've got 40 to go. Or 50 to go. So we're just waiting for that to come back in. We could go and switch this, of course, to Omni mode or nav mode. And it will probably turn into it. Yeah, here we go, look. It's going to do an intercept course. I wonder how much of an intercept course it will do. It looks like 30 degrees. That's interesting. You see what I mean? It's done a 30-degree intercept onto the track. And then once we get to it, it will start turning back. And doing it all on its own. So we can move the heading bug, it doesn't make any difference. Look at the speed. Doing 120 knots. What about if we push the RPM right out to the... I don't really want to push it too much, we'll damage the engine. If it's modelled. Right at the limit of the yellow line. Let's see how fast it will go. Speed is creeping up. Have we got anything left on the throttle? No, we're flat out. What's our ground speed? 140 knots, or thereabouts. So we are shifting, we're going pretty quickly. Let's try and, whoops, let's try and lean it out further. See how far we can lean it out, what RPM, or what power we can get out of it. An extra bit. It's a fun game playing with mixture, trying to see how much extra power you can get just by watching the indicated airspeed basically. So Jake's DVD World, silly question, I am new to this game, what altitude am I meant to fly at? That's a really good question. For VFR, this is going to be different depending on what you're flying and where you're flying. You need to look at what's called a sector chart, and you need to look at a diagram of the sectors. So different areas of the map will have different restrictions on what altitudes you can fly at if you want to follow the rules. It's complicated is the answer. Generally across the UK, if you stick below 6,000 feet, you're going to be fine for VFR because that's below the transition altitude in most places. But again, like I said, you'd have to look at a sector map to make sure you're not going into sector airspace you shouldn't be in if you want to play those games. But yeah, across most of the UK, the transition altitude seems to be 6,000 feet. The reason I mentioned transition altitudes is above them you'll tend to find flight levels where controllers will have placed aircraft, but to be honest though, most commercial traffic is 10,000 feet or higher. Or even into the kind of 16,000 feet or higher. It's, like I say, it is complicated. There is no set altitude. So the cruise settings on the sun visor, should we have a look? Not in this one. I know what you mean. In some of the other aircraft they do have some tables of data on the back of the sun visor. And not in this aircraft, it doesn't. Yeah, I'm not following rules today, I'm just flying along where I feel like it. But if you were doing if you're flying one of the jets, for example, you would have a SID and a STAR in your route, a standard instrument departure and a standard approach route, which would dictate the flight, or it depends on the route, but they typically dictate the speeds and the altitudes you should be at through a number of waypoints on the way to your cruising altitude, and then once you are en route you would be flying in airways or corridors as some people call them. So it might say that between two different waypoints you're between like a 10,000 foot range, but your cruising altitude will be communicated to the controllers before you take off, or would be instructed to you. As you leave the standard instrument departure from an airfield, the controller would tell you you are cleared to climb to a given altitude, and you have to go to exactly the altitude they ask you to and stay there unless they instruct you otherwise. But in your flight plan you would communicate your eventual cruising altitude for a longer flight, for example. And then the controller, once they've got you through managed airspace, would say you are cleared to climb to your cruising altitude, which will be in your flight plan. Okay, so shall we start descending back down. Come down at 500 feet a minute. And then hopefully by the time we get into the lower altitude ranges we'll be nearly at Alderney. I may actually call it a day this evening at Alderney because I'm getting tired and I'm getting hungry and I need to go and get something to eat. So So yeah, just looking back to the chat, Coffee Mike has got it right. Yeah, flying over. There are specific rules for flying over large bodies of water. I've got a VFR chart on the wall in front of me that is covered in sectors. You know, sectors you're not allowed to enter, sectors you need clearance to enter. It's the airspace over the UK is complicated. And the difficult thing looking at a two-dimensional flight chart is those sectors are three-dimensional. So they extend to an altitude, or they begin at an altitude and raise up to an altitude. So if you were to see the country as a three-dimensional chart, it would help a lot. It's a wonder somebody hasn't done that actually. Made a three-dimensional view of the sector map. It would be a really good training aid. How are we doing in terms of speed? Just making sure we're not going to overspeed with us descending. We are absolutely shifting now. We're doing 150 knots. Closer and closer, and I'm going to come down more steeply, otherwise we're not going to come down in time. So we're going for 1,000 feet a minute. I am going to have to start keeping an eye on the RPM. We're right on the line with it, and the indicated airspeed is climbing as well, so I'm going to pull back the manifold pressure on the engine. You can see Alderney beginning to peek out from beneath the clouds over there. So that's 6,000 feet we've just come down through. Let's go and check while we're at it, if we go and click on Alderney Airport. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Show information. No, I don't want to do that. I want to show information on the airport, please. Weather. So we've got 1023 or 30.21. Let's have a look. 30.2. So the barometric pressure had changed a little bit. So coming down towards 5,000 feet. I'm slowly richening the mixture as we descend. Mindau, I hope that's how you pronounce your name. Greetings from Lithuania, recently discovered your channel. I watch and mostly listen to your videos non-stop when I build my scale plane models. Haha, funny you say that. I've got a Lancaster bomber model kit behind me that my daughter bought me for my birthday. I haven't started it yet. So I've got another couple of model kits up in the loft that I haven't started on. A couple of warbirds and a space shuttle. So I built the Apollo 11. Oh, sorry, no, the Saturn V rocket. I'm not sure exactly which one I painted it as. It's on the shelf in bits above me. But yeah, during lockdown I built the Apollo model kit. Plastic model kits, so Colin's asking. So yeah, so I've got several of these plastic model kits. I was finding the time to do it is the problem. And I may even start doing it as a break from flying the simulator, just to force me to do something different. So coming down through 3,500 feet fairly soon. We can see Alderney in the distance, and we are going to get there before the sun goes down, which is quite fortuitous. I'm going to reduce our descent rate to about 500 feet a minute now. Hi Steve, thanks for the great comments. It's good fun, isn't it? This whole simulator lark. So we're just coming down to 3,000 feet. And we're approaching Alderney, which I'm going to end at Alderney because I'm getting hungry. I'm going to do something else for the rest of the evening. Oh dear, this has been a bit of a long one. How are we doing on fuel? Just going to have a quick check. About 15 on both tanks. We should be fine. We'll go to the left tank just for the approach. Slightly more in the left tank. Switch this to heading mode. How far would it be if we did go to Guernsey? Yeah. Should we continue on? We may as well, haven't we? We've got this far. So the wind says we fly over the town and fly in runway, was it 26? Yeah. So we'll see how we go. We might have enough fuel. I think we'll have plenty of fuel to get to Guernsey and Jersey. It would be a shame to get this far and not finish it, wouldn't it? The RPM back just a little bit, having thrashed the aeroplane most of the way here. Okay, off the autopilot. Holden is very pretty. Oh, Minda, thank you very much. You've just helped to fund the next aeroplane I buy. It's funny, I bought the Mall M7, was it? Yes, that came out yesterday, and I think I kind of took one for the team because it's okay, but it's not up to the quality of some of the other airplanes that have come out recently. It's nowhere near. So it's interesting what Minda is saying about educational content. I would impress upon people I am learning myself along the way. So please don't take what I say as gospel. It's what I have figured out so far a lot of the time. So we're going to do touch and go and carry on straight across to Jersey. Look at the quality of the scenery. Okay, this is custom scenery, but this is the Boundless Alderney scenery, by the way. I've done videos about it in the past. It is very, very good. There's a lump in the runway just there, and I hit it perfectly. Whoa, joystick glitch. Whoa, that was a wicked one, wasn't it? That was awful. Okay, so which direction do we go to get to Jersey? 223 degrees, 22 miles. Guernsey even, not Jersey. It's Guernsey first, isn't it? So we'll just go to 2,000 feet, I guess, or 2,500 feet. So you can see the island out in the distance. So we're on our way. It's Guernsey, yes, that's what it was. So yeah, we'll change our course to come in on approach. So if we go 10 degrees to the port of our current direction, that will help that happen. Okay, how are we doing on RPM? Where's the... so 2500 is fine. Manifold pressure is looking fine. In there saying, yeah, Coffee Mike got it right. I'm just a simulation enthusiast, aviation enthusiast really, and the simulator is a means to an end to carry on messing around with aviation stuff. I have been over recent weeks, if you've noticed on the channel, going through the training materials that a real private pilot would go through on their journey towards becoming a private pilot. So I've been doing some of the exercises they would practice, like, you know, proper circuits, slow flying, stalls, spins, controlled turns, like, you know, climbing turns, descending turns, gliding turns, all sorts of level turns, rate 1 turns. It's been good fun. It's really interesting. There's a lot more ground yet to cover. One of the crazy things is, though, because of messing around with the simulator for so long, I've already had a look at the book on instrument navigation, and I probably know 75% of it already. Is the one thing I already know about is how to navigate with instruments. The flying bit of the stick and rudder skills is the thing that is a brushing up exercise, really, of doing things properly versus just winging it. And I mean, anybody can dive around, you know, and do aerobatics, or even put it on the runway neatly and tidily, but actually flying aeroplanes properly is a different ball game. Anyway, so yeah, that's the thing that was fascinating for me, is to kind of fill in the gaps. So that's kind of the journey I've been on. is. It's crazy, really, because I've spent the last 2 years, since the pandemic, really, flying the big jets and business jets, and GA is a really quite a recent thing, really, for me to focus on, because I've written the checklists up for the Phoenix A320, the MD-82, 83, the done demonstration flights and how to operate them and stuff, and that all based on self-study, really. Boeing 737. I started out with the 737 on X-Plane about 3 years ago, I guess. But having said that, years and years ago, probably 20 years ago, I started with Flight Simulator. 25 years ago, even. If you go way back, you're going back 40 years. You're going back to, or 35 years. You're going back to the Atari or 16-bit computers and Flight Simulator 2. Right, so we can see we are going to intercept the ILS into Jersey. We're on our way towards it. So we could go and pre-program that in so we get some idea. 108.1268 degrees. So we want 108.1 and 268. So 268 degrees. So there's the runway relative to us. And we want 108.1 on nav 1. And there we go. There's the glide slope. And there's the localizer. So let's come off the autopilot, start descending. We'll stay relatively close to the glide slope height along the way. Oh my word, Patrice, thank you very much. Much appreciated, thank you. Let's descend a bit more steeply to get closer to the glide slope altitude, because obviously we're coming in along the glide slope, not from in line with it. Gonna have quite a pretty approach in the late afternoon sun into Jersey. Sorry, Guernsey. I keep getting them around the wrong way. So we've been to Alderney, this is Guernsey, and then we fly over to Jersey for the end of the flight. So you can see the glide slope is coming up on the HSI, with the markers at the side. So at this distance from the airfield, it means we are at the correct altitude when this is in the middle. At the moment we are above the correct altitude. So if we, just to illustrate that, if I pull the nose up, you'll see this gets further away, and obviously if I put the nose down, then it stays in the relatively the same place. Depends on the attitude of the nose, obviously. We'll just do the same game with this that we did earlier. So if we just don't look outside for a minute or two, we just look at the attitude indicator. Let's get the undercarriage down. That will help control our speed. start trimming us out, just so we don't have to keep fighting this. Okay, so we're almost on the glide slope. We're not correct in the right place for the centre line yet. If we look across, we can see we are 4 miles out, or just under 4 miles out. So we're not far away. We're on the glide slope. It's quite a fun exercise to do from an instrument flight perspective. You can see our altitude, but literally all we really need are these two instruments and the speed obviously as well. So we're on the glide slope. Just dropping a little bit below it, so I'm just gently pulling the nose up. Let's have a look. We're 3 miles out. Just underneath. Here comes the localizer. So I'm going to turn, do quite a steep turn. Chase it back into the middle. We're getting a bit high now. So if we've gone off to the right slightly, so we'll chase it back left. So let's look up. And there's the runway. We've got a bit of a crosswind going on. High now. Let's drop down back onto that glide slope. So this is the, oh, I've forgotten which one's which now. This is the Flight Sim.2 Channel Islands scenery for Guernsey. There's a set of scenery on Flight Sim.2 called Channel Islands. So this is the Guernsey one. It's very good. Yeah, you can see there's quite a lot of crosswind here, although it seems to be abating as we get over the airfield. We're only doing a touch and go, remember, otherwise I'd have touched down a lot earlier. Bounce and go. So again, I'll turn around to show the airfield off. So this is the Flight Sim.2 scenery for Guernsey. It's very, very good. We were looking at it earlier, all the inside of the terminals is all there, so you can go in the coffee shop and around the cafeteria and the departure hall and look at the TV screens and everything. It's very, very cool. Obviously all the paintwork's all as per the real place. To the nth degree. There's trucks and cars and all sorts of things. When you get closer on the ground, there's lots of hardware down there. On the flight line you can see bits and pieces of it down here, but it's in really, really high detail. It's very, very good. Right, off we go again. So, final leg, 20 miles over to Jersey. So 131 degrees we want. Climb out to say 2,500 feet again, we should be good. How are we doing with the RPM? Good. Yeah, Jersey has been modelled very well, and with the airfield update from FlightSim.2 it becomes really, really nice. So Angel 15, can see you but I'm not showing on your screen. I don't know why. That's going to be a mystery, I'm afraid. Hey, we're off to the final destination for today's live stream, which is Jersey in the Channel Islands. So let's keep an eye on the altitude. We're coming up to 2,500 feet. We'll dial out the climb rate as we get closer to it. It may be that the, because I don't think I'm seeing any other aeroplanes anymore, it may be the multiplayer has broken. I don't have FS Realistic on. I could be running it. I have got it installed, I'm just not running it. Okay, let's have a look at the airfield. So Jersey has ILS both directions. There's no point really using it. We'll do a circle of the airfield to have a look at it. This is the UK 2000 Jersey scenery that you're going to be seeing in a few minutes. Are we going to get there before the sun goes down is the question. Just about, I think. So I'll do a few orbits of the airfield when we get there, just to have a look at the scenery, because it is really nice. Has the sun gone down yet? Not quite. Still probably got about half an hour, I would imagine. Nearly there. Hurrah. I always forget that you can skid forwards. It's probably a better way of seeing sideways than trying to duck down underneath the support in the aircraft. How are we doing on fuel, just out of interest? So we're going to go back to the right tank. So we have more than enough fuel for our journey today. See the airfield directly in front of us. Okay, let's come off the autopilot. Start descending and losing speed, and we'll do a couple of orbits. Come in towards the sun, which is the right direction for the wind anyway, we'll get the lovely sunset on the approach, which will be quite cool. I'll fly around the airfield first, have a look at it, because it is really, really good scenery. We'll do it from outside, I guess. I didn't realise quite how poor the stock scenery of these airports was until I started adding in custom airports. Very nice, isn't it? Modelling of all of the terminals and the road layout, the palm trees. It's very cool. There's an ATR down there by the look of it. Right, let's go off and come back in for a landing in a moment. Joystick is glitching again. It's like it throws twice as much throw as it should now and again, just enough to set off an oscillation. Now I think the GA parkings are on the back. I'm not entirely sure. I think we have to go round. Yeah, it's from the back. Let's turn some of our lights off, shall we, while we're on our way. Let's have a look. Landing lights, beacons can stay on, collision can stay on, that can come off. C-130. Just being nosy really, looking around the airfield, aren't we? What's down here then? Oh, we're not allowed in there. That's a shame. That looks suspiciously like a Learjet. Right. I think that's us done. So hopefully you enjoyed that flight. So Mindo is saying, do you get the sceneries from the in-sim market or the web? I try and get them from the original developers whenever I can. So I go to, you know, the likes of Pilot Plus do some fantastic sceneries. UK 2000 also do fantastic sceneries. Who else? Boundless just started to do flight sim. They did obviously the oh crikey, the Alderney scenery. So there you go, that's the end of today's flight. I am going to go and get something to eat now, so I'll see you all again very soon. Okay, I'm going to stop the live stream there. Thanks to everyone that's watching. Thank you to everybody that contributed and took part in the conversation along the way. Much appreciated. See you again soon.